All right, I'm going to get the music going here. Bum, 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 bum. Got the funky playlist today. All right, music's good. I see music bars. Okay, that's good. Bless me. Let's see what else is what else I got to do. I've got something on my paste buffer. It's probably to paste somewheres. Okay, we're gonna paste in Webi. Paste on the whatchamadoodle. Okay. Live streams. Apparently, the Windows 10 version that I have is too old to run in UTM. That doesn't make sense. So Windows 10. Okay, so apparently Windows 10 builds are not going to work for UTM right now. Okay, anyway, we're about ready to start. Let's go ahead and get chat on. Hey everybody, how's it going? So in my other window here, I am trashing some Windows 10 VMs that I was trying to create. So let's go back, Windows 10 or higher, fetch latest installer. We're just going to go straight Windows 11. Oh, whoops, let's go back. I'm going to give it 250 gigs of storage space. I don't know what I'm going to do with it. Hopefully nothing, but it's going to be there. I can bring this over here. So this is for testing PowerShell stuff. Okay, I don't think I need to do any settings adjustments. I mean, if this will actually just boot, then it'll be good enough. So we will edit this. I will give it the name Windows 11 Home. So, and then let's just go ahead and clone it. And the cloned one, we will give Windows 11 Pro. And then I'm hoping that that clone, let's see, new from template. I'm hoping that that didn't, because sometimes they do ancestors, or no, that's not the right word, ancestry. Anyway. Let's start it up and see what happens. And while that's booting, let's go ahead and get booted with some Mountain Dew, baby. Pop a top, my friends. What does Mountain Dew have to say? Oh, press the any key. Duh! Dang it! I wasn't fast enough. It's okay. We'll do it again. I'll have my hand right here for the any key. What's the point of an unintended installation if you got to be there to press the any key? Now, with all the cores this thing has, it shouldn't be a problem to be running, to have like 10 of these things, right? Installing Windows, you must not be feeling well. No one can feel well about the sorts of things that I have to do. Can't be good. Praising PowerShell, installing Windows. Hey, look, this one's titled Bring Me the Pain, okay? Anyway, I'm going to finish up what I was doing last night. I got it working last night. So after you left, I think I got it working either right before or right after you left. But then there was another 4 hours of debugging because when I tried to reproduce the steps, I couldn't. And then files were disappearing on me. And, you know, I wasn't sure. Oh, did I just... Because I tried to put it in the script and then I tried to run it. And it's like, wait, maybe I just put it in the script and I didn't run it. At the end, I finally had a script where the script ran on something that had no keys, and then after the script ran, I was able to SSH in. So I consider that a huge win. Okay. There we go. So I'm just going to put this off to the side. I'm also going to hit the any key on this one. All right, boot. Press any key to boot from CD. Doing it. Okay. And I do want to see... Do I have Daisy Disk on here? I don't have Daisy Disk on here. I need to get Daisy Disk. I think I purchased it from their website. I am going to check on the App Store and see if I have it from there. I think I purchased it on their website because I wanted special... I wanted some extra tools. Daisy Disk is well worth paying for. Disk space analyzer. I don't know about these other ones, but they are very Mac specific and it can delete things like snapshots. Things are not looking well for these VMs. This entire time they're booting. I don't know what they're doing, but they're booting. We'll see if anything actually happens. Let me check. Oh my. I am pegging all CPUs, and it looks like the QEMU launcher is the thing that's pegging the hardest. So let me know if we start dropping frames. Are we dropping any frames? 0 frames dropped. Oh, hey, look. After a few minutes, setup is starting. Okay, so we're getting somewhere. That's good. But yeah, I'm all pegged. Well, I guess it's green, not red, so it's not overused. It's just used. No! Dang it. Dang it. Now this thing is doing something I really don't want it to do. Okay, there we go. There, I found it. All right, cool. I got that working now. Okay, so I got my home installation is going here. So I'm going to get these installs going while I work on this stuff. I don't have a product key. Okay, Windows 11 Home. I'm going to do Home and Pro because Home and Pro include different defaults and different utilities. I've set up 30 Windows 2012 R2 and up machines. I understand the pain. Yeah, it's the automate. Well, the permission system is so complicated, and I got into situations where I could not delete a file. Like I removed all permissions from the file, including removing system permissions from the file, so the file had no owner. And then once you do that, you're done. Like, that file is going to be there. I hope you like that file the way it was, because I think you got to reformat the hard drive to get rid of it. I don't know. Do you know what you do in those situations? I mean, thankfully, these are small files. I just moved them into the temp folder, but they were not deleted after reboot. I didn't check since I moved it into the temp folder. But okay. I accept some terms that were updated in June 2021 in order to be able to install Windows 11. Okay, this one is still just sitting here though. It is having a hard time. The other one's moving right along, but this one, it is just sitting. I have a suspicion that I made a boo-boo by choosing to clone it, so I'm actually going to close that out. And then I'm going to say, we're just going to delete that. And we're going to go through the wizard again. So that looks good. Oh, select the boot image. Memory, yes. We're going to give it 250 because these are sparse anyway, so it doesn't matter. We are going to give it some shared space. We're not going to wait. We're going to open up the settings because we're going to rename this one to Windows 11 Pro. That's all I want to open the settings for. We're going to call it Windows 11 Pro. Okay, and then let's open this one up. I do wonder what the limiting factor is on these though, because it seems like this should be wicked fast. Like, should have already installed. We should be, to the moon by now. That's what at first blush, it would seem that way. Would it not? Oh, whoops. And I forgot to press the button. Okay. All right. Well, we'll wait for the any key. Let me press the any key at just the right time. Any key. Yeah, it's only 40% done getting the files ready for installation. I mean, the disk speed on this thing is essentially infinite. If I wanted to copy a 10 gigabyte file, I think it would take 2 or 3 seconds. So I tried that take own bit, but I was not able, that didn't fix it. Okay, if you're gonna go max, go M2. Yeah. It boots in under 10 seconds on my M1 Air. Okay, good. I've never completely removed the file owner, but I've deleted the user associated with the file before. Interesting. You can do PowerShell magic to take own in that case. Yeah, if you just want multi-monitor, then probably stick with the M1. If everything else is just fine for you, you just want the monitor support, go M1. M1s are so cheap right now. Let's pull this up real quick. Let's see if they're still so cheap, but they have been so cheap. So here's kind of the standard configuration. Look how flipping cheap that is. I don't know if, yeah, 16 gigabyte, 1 terabyte Pro. I can't believe it. It makes me cry. I can't sell my M1 because it's just the value dropped to nothing. Like, it's not worth selling because what I would replace it with would have been an Air, an M1 Air. But because the value dropped to nothing, I can't. Yeah. I mean, it's not like it's a bad computer or anything. Now, I don't remember the difference between the Pro and the Max with the monitor support. But yeah, you can... There's different combos of specs sell differently, but that's a pretty good combo. Okay, and then I'm going to check... Yeah, all the CPUs are pegged. Audio hijack is also hitting the CPU pretty hard. I think that's because it's transcribing live. So I don't know if the transcribe process finished last time. I don't know. I might have to contact them. They may not have thought that somebody would run an 8-hour stream and be transcribing the entire time. All right, anyway. So the one is 88% done getting files ready for installation. The other one is not booted yet. I wonder what that could be. I wonder if there's like a file lock on that ISO file that it's installing from, or what's going on. Anyway, let's get to the real work here, shall we? My maxed out M1 Air is going for like 800 bucks. I paid 1,500. Yeah, it's amazing. This is the first time I've ever seen Macs just drop precipitously in price over a year or two. Okay. So let me see if we can tell from where we're at. First of all, there we go. Got to boot up the Windows computer. It's not going to boot itself, that's for sure. Oops. Playing with my mic a little bit so I hopefully can see the mute button better. Oh, and that gives me a little more clearance down here as well, so that's good. All right, let me go ahead and pop this up. So, boom. So, this key-only access, there was no manual steps involved. Well, there were manual steps involved, but after I manually undid everything that I had done and then reran the script, it ran on its own. So the thing that we need to do here is we have to figure out what to do about SSH authorize. So this is SSH authorize. This is working. So this does a little bit more permission work than is absolutely necessary, because it also gets rid of, it just entirely gets rid of authenticated users, except for on the 2 files that I think that they actually need access to. I think authenticated users, I'm not sure if they must have access to sshd.pid or not, and I don't really care to do the work to find out. And then I'm assuming that what they need access to is sshd config. Nothing else should they have access to. None of the private keys or any of that stuff. So they're only allowed read permissions on the directory, and they're only allowed read permissions on these 2 files. And I don't know, because sshpid, because of the way the inheritance worked on the top level directory, I'm thinking they probably don't need permissions to sshpid. But they could. It could need to know, hey, what process is this thing going to attach to or whatever. So I'm leaving that one there for now. And then what we do is we remove all permission inheritance from the folder. We remove authenticated users straight out entirely. Then we add back it. Well, first of all, what we do. So first of all, I add my own self as a user. This is important, because otherwise I get in a situation where there are no permissions on the files and then there's nothing I can do. So I have to add myself full access on all the files. This one, it seems like this has been working, so I guess it's okay, but it seems like this actually should have happened first. But I guess since I'm the user, then, yeah, no, this has to happen first. That way I can create the file. Since I create the file, I become the owning user of the file. Then we strip all inheritance from the whole SSH folder, and we remove authenticated users from it entirely. So now I'm the only one that has access to it. Then we go back and we say, okay, add inheritance to the folder, and add administrators and system to the keys and the logs. Then add it seems like this should have had the /t on it. I'm a little confused by that. Should have been like this, I think. But maybe not. So we specifically add the administrators to that and to the logs. And then what about the key files, though? That doesn't seem right, but it worked. But it's okay. We'll try it on a VM, and we'll be able to make a snapshot of the VM before we do anything with it. Okay, this one's still doing nothing after all that time, so I'm going to give it the other one. It's doing something, I guess. It's just sitting there. We'll see. Maybe I got a bad version. The ISO is locked. Maybe. Alright, so I just stopped it. I'm restarting it. So I'm bringing it back up. We'll see what happens. I'll let that do its thing. Okay. So I don't think I should need to press the key to boot from CD this time, because it should be able to self-boot. But it seems like it's failing to do that. So it's just stuck here. The spinner's not spinning. And I'm just gonna make of that. Okay. How about I just delete it? I'm just going to delete it. Delete the VM and all its data. I'm just going to start over. Because I did have two of them running at the same time, so maybe, you know, it's the ISO lock problem. I'll only run one at a time. All right, and we'll do, I'm going to call it Windows 11 Home. All right, so there it goes. I'm gonna have to put it here so I can press the any key. When it's time to press the any key. All right, any key pressed. I'll go ahead and move this out then. Okay, so yeah, some of this doesn't seem quite right, but it ran, I think. Let me do a get diff real quick. So what did I change once I had it working? I got rid of the force because that actually caused the file to be overwritten. I thought that it was going to cause the file to be... I thought it was basically going to be like touch, but it's not. So I just got rid of the force. That's all I did there. And if we go back one further, it looks like I just either I put things down or I brought them back up. Okay. So anyway, this was working. So I will, well, we can verify real quick. ICACL. Oh, we got to get in PowerShell first. PowerShell, so we can get autocomplete to work. ICACL's .ssh/t. So that one looks clean. And then let's look at program data SSH. Oh, we didn't do /t. I'm like, that's confusing. There should definitely be more than that. Doot. Okay, so Windows 11 Home. I do not have a product key. Windows 11 Home. I accept. All right. Okay. It is going infinitely faster this time. So I'm guessing that either running 2 VMs at the same time, we're already at 1%. It took it this long to boot previously. So either running 2 VMs at the same time is too much. Maybe the way that the virtualization is implemented, it's not that, now it's at 10%. Or maybe it was that lock file thing because I was, whatever. In any case, looks like it's good now. Okay, so these are what I expect. So it should have inheritance on these, no inheritance on this. Only built-in system users should get that. Logs, it's I don't know. The log file is going to get recreated all the time, so eventually the permissions on that will probably just be the inherited permissions. PID has everybody. This has everybody, and the rest of them are just F. And this makes sense because I remember, because these permissions already existed. They were not inherited permissions. They were explicit permissions. So I don't know how whatever does the install on this decided what permissions to set things at, but some were inherited permissions and some were explicit permissions. So whatever's going on there for that is going on there for that. I'm going to move the mic over a little bit. Okay. Could probably... Oh, that's not good. Hold on. I need to adjust something else about the mic. It's actually touching the table, which it's not supposed to do. There we go. That's the whole reason for setup being this way. The mic is on a stand that keeps it ever so slightly above the table. Okay. Alright, so that's looking good. Okay, so now I understand why the permissions... Why I was saying, oh, that doesn't make sense to me, because I'm not stripping the permissions I thought I was stripping. That's okay. Alright. So this is good. Yeah. I would think. Whatever. Alright, so we're going to run this permission stuff every time. And I also need to do something to figure out where the output is coming from. Because one thing that it isn't great about this right now is that there's output, but I don't know where the output is coming from, because as far as I can tell, I'm doing out null, out null, out null, out null, all the things. Out null, out null. I don't think there is any output on this. Oh, it's okay. So it's already rebooting the Windows VM this time. Now it looks like it's hung. That makes me sad. It looks like it's hung. It's not doing anything, but it finished the first part of the installation and got all the way to the booting. Or maybe, oh no, it's doing something. It's just taking a long time. The progress bar started moving again. All right. Okay, so let's run this again. And we'll go ahead and check and see what is in that SSH authorized keys. I think this is the one from GitHub. Yeah, this is the one from GitHub. So what I'll do is I'll give it the other one. And let's see, did we actually change anything there? No, no change there. So with the install, okay, there's a couple of things we need to, there's one more change we do need to make here, which is to determine whether or not this looks like HTTPS. So where's Llama? Okay, how to check for a string prefix in PowerShell. Let's see what it comes back with. But I'll tell you what, the thing with the AI is it's really, really, like, it's kind of tedious. I feel like there's things that it's really good at, like finding specific phrases or, small tokens, like words that are important, like and or something. Do we have a starts with? Okay, cool. Starts with. Excellent. So, and let's see, does that starts with, so we're in PowerShell here. So if I do https:// dot starts with http://, that's false. False. True. Okay. Can I do a case insensitive starts with? And that's what CodeLlama told me too, by the way. All right, let's try this. That's what CodeLlama told me. Is it that? No. Current culture, ignore case. "2023 problems. I can't install 2 copies of Windows on my ARM-based Mac at the same time." Yeah. Ah, thank you. And I'm just including all caps because I guess Windows users type in all caps or something. I don't know. Ah. All right. Dvorak. This is so weird. Yeah. I like to have Dvorak as my primary. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I told you this before, David, you specifically, but there's a hack to get macOS to give you Dvorak as the default keyboard even when you're booting up before the drive has been decrypted. It is to add a second user. So if you have 2 users, then that you can... Wait, what is going on here? Oh, my microphone's weird. Okay, wait. Sit back and relax while magic happens. That sounds dangerous. Good things coming my way. I'll be the judge of that. Anyway, yeah, so if you only have 1 user, if your default keyboard is Dvorak, it will not. It'll set it back to QWERTY when you're booting up. But if you have 2 users, so I think my second user is called Keyboard Hack or something like that. It's just a user with a random password and no login, has never been logged into. I just created it so that when I reboot, I can type in Dvorak from the get-go. Okay. So... if is HTTP, return 1. Oh, and actually I need to find out, does curl on Windows support fail with body? Whoops. Okay, it does. Good. So it's legit curl. So we don't follow redirects. Actually, it doesn't matter, because if the person's hacked it, then they can insert a redirect or not, or whatever. It doesn't make a difference. Well, yeah, I think that key URLs, no redirects. All right, Windows is getting ready. Magic is happening. I want to find out what the UTM clone is. Good to know. What I want to know is this. How do people who are systems level engineers, like the people who create virtual machines and the people who create beautiful documentation are not the same people. So how is it that there's all these open source projects that have like rich graphic design and everything just looks so perfect? How is that? Explain me. Explain me. Did they just find a really good theme? No, I want clone. Not close, I want clone. Clone. Okay, here we go. Did you see anything about clone on here? Do I need to upgrade to... Which Mac OS do I have? Three. 13. Okay, I've got 13. It's pretty cool that they've added virtualization primitives to the operating system. Because you don't necessarily think of Mac being, that. Okay, so at this screen, I feel like at this screen is where things start to get complicated. This is where I want to take a snapshot. Doesn't have snapshotting, maybe? I'm gonna enter in my name. Dang it! That's where it gets me. Hold on, where's my... Okay, I've got my password thing here with the sticky tape on it. I think I'm just going to use my old password for this. Security questions. What's the name of the city where your parents met? What's the first name of your oldest cousin? All right, and what was your childhood nickname? So what I do is I just use a variation of my grandma's phone number growing up. Dang, the AppleScript is so weird. Whoa! What is this? It's like a movie or something. So cinematic. I'm not gonna do. Oh wait, why am I'm in the wrong browser for all this stuff. Okay, let me back up a bit here. Yeah, I tried this one, with the take back. I think this one, no, not. I didn't say about the take back. One of these said about the take back. There we go. Take own. Didn't work because I removed system permissions. I bet Meetup.com is one of the most expensive to run platforms that anybody has ever built. Because it is so slow. And they charge people so much money. I mean, it's ridiculous. So they must be built on WordPress or something. No. Nope. 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 This is not working out. Oh, this one might work actually. Let's see. Problem with having people in India do design work, there's a lot of problems with that. Never mind. Okay, welcome to UTM Guest Tools Setup. All right, let's get distracted by this for a minute. Next. we should be able to eject that disk. I don't know why it couldn't have two of them open at the same time. It's read only. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so by the way, for Zig Utah, here was the first pass. Alright, and then I offered this. And this was the second pass. So first, I gave a bunch of images, which they're not shown here. But so this is definitely in the style of her, you know, her cartoon right there. But then, I don't know, I just feel like, I don't know. I don't know if that, I don't think that's, is that the same Z? It's not the same color. Or is it? Yeah, so this one doesn't make any sense. Because that's literally just Utah. Okay. Okay, alright, well thank you. Okay, I'm glad that she said it wasn't clear to her. Okay, good. So that leaves the door open for more potential. Alright, good. Because that's the thing with Fiverr is, I mean, I probably shouldn't be using it, but it, you know, if you want them to do exactly like what they show in one of the pictures, and you can say this one, they do it. I mean, essentially Fiverr is best for mechanical turking things it's best for mechanical turking things. That's what Fiverr is best for. So you want to do something. All right, let's see. Oh, I can't get the mouse in to click the button. What do I do? No! I can't see the mouse. I accidentally created a new desktop. All right, so this kind of gives me an idea. No. There we go. Okay. I am just going in the dark here because I cannot tell. I don't know how many pixels my mouse is moving when I move it. Okay, that didn't work out. Come on, I can do it. I can get there. Alright, so my mouse is right on that button. I need to move it over enough. Dang it. Alright, let's try again. Okay, so move it up a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is why we need better visual cues. So people in emulators can get this stuff figured out. Okay. Come on. My guess is that I'm overshooting. All right, hold on. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah. Come on. Dang it. What do I do, David? Give me some help. What do I do? How do I switch screens when I can't see the mouse? What's the hotkey to solve this problem? How do I get rid of the desktop? It really doesn't seem like... I mean, I'm clicking all over the place, and nothing's happening. At least I can't tell what's happening from my clicks. It seems very random. Maybe I just... I don't want to corrupt it, no. I can pause it. I don't want to reset it. How do I send a soft power off? Captured mouse. Okay. Hold Control plus Option at the same time. Okay, got it. Oh! There's the cursor. Okay, good. I can see a cursor. Now let's reboot. Huzzah! Windows plus hash. What does that do? Alright, so... Alright, so where was I at here? I'm going to say grab this file. And I like adding .part onto these things. Here's what we're going to do. That's funny. I got so used to doing it the PowerShell way, I actually did type out file there. That's fine, that's good. Okay, so... there we go. Please inspect temp keys and then run All right, so let's get this thing doing Windows updates or whatever it needs to do. Okay, this bugs me so much. How is this? How do Windows people... So I had this problem with my grandparents when they switched to this way of doing Windows, and I honestly don't understand how people log into their computer, how people are supposed to know. How are you supposed to know that you're supposed to click and drag up in order to get to the login screen? How come just like typing or hitting escape or hitting enter or what, like, why is the login screen, the default behavior of the login screen, nothing? That's, and it's been that way for years. I thought, oh, this is a bug because they were doing that tablet thing for a little while. And I thought, oh, you know, they stupidly let their tablet OS and their desktop OS get mixed up. But no, it stayed this way. It stayed this way that you have to swipe up with the mouse in order to get to the login screen. Blows my mind. But I mean, am I just missing something obvious, or do Windows people actually have to know that if you're going to use Windows, you have to know that you have to swipe up from the screensaver to get to whatever you're going to do? I hate this so much. I hate this so much. I hate it. I hate it with every fiber of my being. I hate this. This is the most invasive, intrusive, FU type of thing that I've ever seen a software company do. Well, I mean, Google's been doing it for years, but it's different. You have other options. You choose to go to Google or not. I don't have an option with Windows. Like, whatever political propaganda that they want to give, and I don't know who Hedy Lamarr is or why she's important. I don't care. I don't want to know. I don't like when Google does it. But Google, I can choose to not do it. Ah, crap. It made me do it anyway. I don't want the propaganda. I don't want to learn the message. I don't want it. Do you know how to turn this off? Because that just, oh, it pisses me off. When that thing first of all, when it first popped up, I thought there was a virus. Well, because you saw the tweet. But there's got to be a way to turn that thing off. I mean, it's offensive to me. It's an invasion of my personal space because it's the operating system. It's not just, it's different. It's different than a search engine. This is just not the same thing. Also, I have no idea how to use this. How do I just run Windows updates? I want to get this thing, all the updates run, and then I want to take a snapshot of it, or a clone of it, or whatever we want to call it. I loved how it said, no updates. Yeah. Don't lie to me, Windows. I'm not a noob. I know there's updates. I know there's always updates. There's no such thing as not having Windows updates. That's like something else, like that, like there not being a sun or a moon. Windows updates are They're a constant. They're like the stars shining at night. They're like the clouds in the sky. They'll be there. All right, anyway. Mouse disappears when installing guest tools. I don't know why it happened to me too. It's a feature. Well, you saw I was able to capture the mouse. Spacebar will dismiss it. Spacebar will dismiss what? It won't fully update without the product key. Oh, yes, it will. Product keys are for noobs. And people who buy product keys. There we go. But it's just so weird because most computers aren't touch enabled still to this day. It's like they turned it on because they thought, every Windows computer that ever ships from now won't have a keyboard. It's the future. It's blockchain technology. And then here we are. Nuh-uh. No way. 11 years ago is when they introduced this? What? That can't be. It's been that long? It still gets me every time I use a Windows computer. I'm like, how do I log in? Spacebar. Oh no, he's saying you can't do that. Bless me. All right, making a note over here. Okay. All right, so I've got that saved for later. All right, there we go. So that's what I wanted. I wish there was an alias for fail with body, like capital F or something. Okay. Oh, okay, we got something else interesting going on here. So one thing that we'll need to do is check that the file format is correct. All right, Windows, what are you doing? Oh, weird. How do I get... This is another thing on Windows is strange, is that they invert the scroll on a trackpad. Like they don't detect, okay, this is a mouse versus this is a trackpad, and mice scroll the inverted way, and then trackpad scroll the natural way, like you're pushing up or you're pulling down, because trackpads are touch devices. So, you know, I kind of want to get a Magic Mouse just to see what it feels like. Oh. All right. Partial.temp.text, no. Partial temp. All right. So like this then. I think this is good. And then we need to run add authorized key file. See if There we go. Okay, I think this is right now. So let's go ahead and format this. Okay. Hey, what's up, Dubs? I think in PowerShell there are some more defined things that can be done, but yeah. Oh, I don't know what that was in reference to. Okay. Don't mess with Windows 10 Home. Oh, you said I don't mess with Windows. That wasn't a command, that was a statement. Okay. Most Windows users keep both the same. I don't think Windows users keep both the same. I mean, this doesn't make any sense. On a Windows tablet, when you push up on the screen, does the page go down? Why? This is literally a tablet. It is literally a tablet. The chip inside, when you connect it, it registers as a tablet. This is the same type of thing that is the same controller. It is the same microchip. It is the same device that is behind a touchscreen. So when you push up, it should push up. When you pull down, it should pull down. Because it's like a Wacom tablet, right? Like in a Wacom tablet, you wouldn't have it so that when you move the pencil up, that it draws down. That doesn't make sense. This is literally, now you're not figuratively, not hyperbolically, this is literally a tablet device. You know, and tablet has a lot of meanings, but no matter which meaning you take, whether you mean tablets, so back in the early days, I mean, what they have now, the hybrid laptops, those were the original tablets before the iPad was, and you remember this, David, right? They had a screen that could flip around, and so you could either hold it like a book, and it was like this really nerdy, you know, super businessy. It's kind of like the Palm Pilot, you know. You had to be rich and stupid to use it. You know, some of us geeks had one because it was like, ooh, so cool. I don't remember how we used it though, because the on-screen keyboard experience was pretty bad back then. But I think you could have an on-screen keyboard or something. But I had one, and I think that the screen actually would rotate, and that was, you know, because it could go all the way back around, and I think it could rotate in either direction. So I could close the laptop, or I could rotate the screen around and close it, and then carry it like a book. Yeah. And now they make those again, so what's old is new. Okay, I don't know what is taking so long on this thing, but okay, I'm gonna see if Windows is not responsive at all. This is something that also blows my mind about Windows, right? It's like you do something and it takes forever to load it. So is it mouse settings or is it tablet settings? Tablet PC settings. Optimize taskbar touch. How do I get into tablet settings? Do I have to go to mouse? That seems really weird. Whoa! Trackpad? What is it called on Windows? Is it not called a trackpad? The tablet, the pad. It's going to drive me nuts. Okay. Windows, change, trackpad, scroll direction. It may be that it's not, so let me bring back this other thing real quick. So if we come back here and I look at the properties, let me go to properties in this one, since this one's not running. So it may be a problem here. So under input, nope. Because I remember before, okay, so this may be the problem. It may be passing it through. It may be emulating a mouse. So rather than passing it through as, maybe it's to just be detecting like X, Y, or, it may be doing event detection. And instead of passing through the gestures, it's just passing through literally like a scroll wheel or something. Because it may not actually, because I'm pretty sure I've had this work correctly on Windows before, where it knows, hey, you're using a tablet, a trackpad, whatever. Download, install them all. Leave no download behind. All right, Bluetooth and devices. Okay, it doesn't see it as a trackpad. Okay, that's the problem. So this one doesn't go. This one doesn't go to Windows as being a Windows problem. Oh, that's cool. There's a phone link thing? That's cool. No, that's not what I wanted, actually. Can we go back? How do I get out of this? Go back? No, oh, I clicked it again. We have to click on this one. Additional mouse settings? Good old Windows 3.1, baby. It never leaves us. I know this is how it was in Windows 95. Is this how it was in Windows 3.1? I think it was. Wheel. Come on. PowerShell, change, mouse, scroll. direction. Right on, baby. Right on. Let's get this opened up here. I have a Gen 1 Magic Mouse, but I only use it for space swapping. Registry change worked on Windows 10 Pro. Okay. Oh, darn. That's okay. I shouldn't change any settings, really. Just install updates. That'll be it, and then we will make a snapshot of this. I love how the more I do, the more is available. Because the rest of this stuff, we'll figure out how to script it away. And then we'll make it a Webi thing, you know? Okay, so SSH, authorize. All right, so this is good. All this is good. And then I believe we do this to make sure that it's always a list. Or because ARGS is special. What are our verbs? Are allowed something like, what is it, get verb? What do we call the main function? I'm just gonna call it main. Okay, something like this. All right. All right, time to test this again. We haven't made it. We just made user experience changes, not. All right, PowerShell essentials. Let's do thumped. It's interesting. Oh. I was going to say, I would have expected to do both of those. List them both at least. Okay, fix. If we run it again, they should both be gray. That's odd. Okay. Well, show me the daggone verbs. Don't we have something like add, clear, close, copy, enter, exit, find, format, get, hide, optimize, redo, search, select, show. Okay. There we go. I think that's on parity now with... Whoops. Oh. Yes, Windows Update. I'm just going to run restart now because I think what's going to have to happen... Normally my experience is the first couple hours of setting up a VM are just letting it run updates, reboot, run updates again, reboot, run updates again, reboot. All right. Ah, the comfort. Bless me. Yeah. Okay, so It would be nice to bring these two into parity. But for right now, I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to say, the buyer beware. Well, let's see. We can do this to some degree. I think it's reasonable. Hold on. First, let me paste this, whatever this was. Uh-oh, Windows Boot Manager. That's not good. I don't know if that means anything. I don't know if that means that it's hung up or if it's okay. I don't know what to make of that. We'll give it a few minutes. Okay, it said failed to load this, failed to load that. Now loading this, now loading that. So I think it might just be... Might just be a matter of, hey, the guest tools are no longer installed. You know, I have probably before, it's actually loading now. So before, I have probably done something that I shouldn't have done with this. I've probably just like canceled it and thought that it was broken, but in fact it's just for whatever reason. Oh yeah, now the spinner's going, see? So, I think it's working, it just looks like it's not working. And then... the get child item, filter, startup hub, path, home.ssh, hubs equals for each hub in hubs. There's something, I don't know, there's something. I was going to sleep thinking about it. And I'm kind of developing a soft spot for PowerShell. It's verbose, but not like AppleScript. And it's well thought out, unlike POSIX script. Like, you know, I mean, that just kind of happened. It was the early days. You know, we can forgive them, but we don't have to pretend like it's the best thing that ever happened in the universe. Able to only have strings versus, I mean, this is kind of like, it almost has the fluidity of JavaScript, but the readability of Go. So it's a completely different way of thinking about things. You would have had to have not really, you know, but it's not bad. It's really not bad. Okay, and I need that relative thing again. And then I think over here I also had something. Let's see. Local. Oh, right. I wish it was a little bit quicker to type out. I guess autocomplete makes that better, but I don't know. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Show help. All right, let's get back to Windows Update here. It's so dangerous. Never in a time in history have we had propaganda pushed on someone from devices in their pocket. Like, you can't escape the propaganda. All right, the cumulative update failed. The one that kept on re-downloading, it failed. I'm guessing it's because it needed to reboot and apply all of the other cumulatives and then come back. Okay, well, updates failed. Checking for updates. Might have to reboot again. Okay. Missing your... The problem with this, though, is how to network access UTM machines. I think... Okay, I think I want bridged. I just want it to be on the same network. So this is, okay, this is Mac OS. Services running on the guest and the host can see each other without additional configuration. We shall see. All right, I'm going to have Windows restart, if I can figure out how to restart this version of Windows. Okay, it's restart. And it comes pre-installed with stuff like WhatsApp? What is going on? That's not healthy. Actually, you know what? we'll do this. I think I'm going to get rid of this one. And just go with show help like that. Okay, so now it should be pretty much a pretty close parity. Oh, the one other thing that I wanted to add to bring it into parity with this one is just check to see that it starts with, like, we can trim, we get contents, okay, how to iterate. All right. Oh, what does this say? All right, so we still got updates. Okay, check for updates. So I think we're going to be good. So I think what we're going to be able to do here is to do a clean shutdown. All right. Okay, so now that we've done a clean shutdown, Win11H template. All right. Oh, it puts my notes right there. That's fine. Bum, 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 bum. That's enough. All right, so now my question is, what is new from template versus clone? That's what I want to know, because I want to be able to pick the right thing. I also do want to know about, does not show, okay. What was I was going to look at? Networking. Yeah, this is the way that I'd prefer to have it. Is bridged. Okay, is this the same IP address either way? AACF. You know, there's actually a specification for which MAC addresses you should use for virtual machines. Nobody knows about it. I found out about it recently, and I started doing it. But there actually is an address space for virtual machines, and there's also an address space for private Macs. So, and that one is actually in the Mac spec. The other one is more de facto. Okay, so bridge. So AA45, it's got a 6.1 in there. AA45, okay, yeah, it's got that. So first and last. Okay, bridge interface. So I kind of hesitate to do that. So I think that the shared network, I think it is NAT. So I'm going to cancel on that one. Let's see if we can find out about the templates here. Okay, so I'm a little confused. 29 gigabytes, shared directory, clone, duplicate this VM and all of its data, yes. Oh, we're in 11 here. And then network. Change MAC address. Network random. See, yeah, it shouldn't be completely random. Okay, and then what does new from template mean? Okay, so it's just saying use all the same properties. Okay, got it. All right, so that's the difference between new from template. Okay, the size is 12 kilobytes. Got it. All right, so here we are. So we should be able to boot this one up and then start screwing around with it. But I would probably like to keep this probably, I'm guessing there's some sort of how it keeps track of things. So this is, I'm going to edit the notes here. And in the notes, I'm going to have, oh wait, no, I should go back to here. Because I don't, if you use too many MAC addresses, oops. Actually, you know what we should do? Is we should just bump these up by 1, because then it will look like it's a MAC address from the same manufacturer. In fact, you know what we should do is I should find MAC address of like a Windows computer or something. Like I have, I don't know where it is. Okay, so we're not going to do that. But yeah, we'll just go with this for now. Okay. Let's see. So I know sites do this. I mean, my Ubiquiti device, the network router, it is pretty accurate in terms of knowing whether it's an iPhone 10 or an iPhone 11, etc. Whatever. We'll just go with the random one for right now. Download the public listing. I wonder what all this means. Where did it go? Did it download that quickly and shut? What happened? Huh. Anyway, that's kind of a tangent. I just wanted to see. Because, yeah, a lot of times the device in the... what I'm worried about is when it comes to... Well, I guess it won't matter. Hey, everybody. How's it going? All right, so now we have this machine. We can boot it up, and we can start running our scripts on it, hopefully. I mean, I guess this is the ideal test scenario here that we've arrived at. Oh, and the last thing that I was going to do was check to see, do these look like, are they passable in terms of being... SSH keys. So before we add them, what we really should do is sanitize. So I want to see, how do we get lines of a file? Iterate over lines of a file in PowerShell. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do. Cool. Interesting. So for each versus the block, huh? I have to consider that. Interesting. Interesting. Read lines. Okay. Whoops. I wonder if the performance issue is still true. So I do want to use the more correct pattern. Let's do the path here. So for each line and read lines of path, basically I want to do if line. Okay, so first of all, we need to do line equals line dot trim. And then starts with, if it starts with a comment, then it's cleared. Build a file line by line in PowerShell. So I'm assuming I just do plus operation, like build a string buffer. I mean, what we could do as well is we could create yet another another line. So we could do I just don't want this to be redonkulously slow. I mean, it should be so small it shouldn't be possible to be slow, but all right. Okay, so what we're going to do then is we're going to create this file. So new item type file path. And then we are going to do force because we want to delete it if it already exists and write a new one. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to read from each line. And then we're either going to write out so add content, I think it was. Path. Oh, I guess we could say fixed path. Value line, and I guess in this case, if we're going to quote it, I put the brackets. If we're not going to quote it, I don't put the brackets. It doesn't have the same rules as Bash does because there's not a by default expansion, and there's arrays and everything by default. So anyway, so if it starts with this, then we're going to go ahead and add that to file. That's great. If it's an empty line, personally, I'd prefer to keep it. So if the line is empty, then that's fine. We'll just add a new line. And if the line starts with, after we've done the trimming, SSH hyphen has bad line equals false. We'll start off with that premise. So we'll write that line. And then if we see EC DSA, and then otherwise, we'll say oh, whoops, and this should be right host as well. In which case, I'm of the opinion if it's a block like this, just to keep the indentation the same, and because we're doing the same thing anyway, either use right output or right host, but don't mix and match. Okay, so where was I at? SSH hyphen. Okay, so if not has bad line, has bad line equals true, because, you know, whatever. And then right host, unrecognized skipping unrecognized SSH lines. And then okay, and then we're going to do the same thing here, but we'll do yellow. And I don't know if I actually want to have that indented. Let's just indent here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Line. Okay, so now if we have junk in here, we won't keep the junk. But I'm not going to go through and do the comparison of the two, I don't think. Okay, what do I have any more comments? All right, so we're going to keep new lines. We're going to keep lines that start with a comment, because I like to put comments above the key. We're going to keep the lines that are actually valid, and then we're going to warn about lines that aren't valid. And then we're going to return the fixed path. I would like to see okay, if has bad line, then we're going to return that. Otherwise, remove item force fixed path. And then return original path. Okay. So before we add the key file, let's do this at the soonest place that we possibly can. All right, so this way, wait, that's not right. All right, where are we at then? Authorize. Local identity files. Okay. So this ballooned a little bit. All right, gotta wake the computer up from sleep because no network access when it's asleep. Thankfully, I didn't go to deep sleep and I have to restart it. Okay, so let's see where we're at. We've got some authorized keys here. So I want to do SSH. Well, first of all, get rid of that one. So now I should be able to run SSH authorize. Interesting. So, all right, so new item doesn't work that way. Oh, I know what this one is. I just got a little overload here. It's test path, right? Test path. Okay, that seems a little redundant, but it is test path. Path. Okay, so there we go. Now we're gonna have the path. I need to go update a couple more of these new items. So here it doesn't delete the directory if the directory already exists. So that the use of it's confusing. It's confusing the way that this is used. Because force should, I mean, I would not want a directory to be deleted, but I also don't want the file to be deleted either. So having force mean two separate things, one meaning do it or don't worry about it, and the other mean do it or destroy it, that's not, those two things are not the same. Okay, this one we do want to force. Force directory, we want to force that file. right, so this looks good. I don't understand why this would fail. So something went catastrophically wrong here, which is good to know. But we now have a catastrophic failure. We've got to figure out what went wrong and how to fix it. If indeed we can fix it. Oh, it may be that the computer went to sleep. Did it go into deep sleep this time? Okay, so the catastrophic failure may be that the computer went to sleep and is not waking up. I'm going to hold down the power button on it. Give it a 10 count. All right, and then give it a 5 count. And then give it a 2 count. And the computer turned back on. All right, now we got to wait for it to boot and do all that stuff again. Okay. Fingers crossed, come on. Not a good sign. Not a good sign. Oh, it also may have a different network address. Let's check that real quick. Nope, same network address. Okay, so something went wrong here in a big way. And we're just going to have to diagnose that. So Open SSH server is not running. All right, so it's not running because it failed to start. Okay, permissions look correct on my local file. Let's see if I can figure out what's gone wrong with the permissions at the higher level. Those permissions look correct. So the permissions on the SSH directory itself look like what I would expect. Ah! I might see the problem here. Okay, cool. So the problem was that because the script terminated halfway through, the permissions were changed and were not cleaned up. So now, okay, now it works. Great. We're gravy. Oh, whoops. Should be .local. All right. So I can do remove item. Right, PowerShell. PowerShell. Okay, that obviously didn't work. I have another thought. No, I don't. Now let's just put some debugging in it. Rub a little debug on that. Wait, what's this one? Oh, whoops. In this case, we actually do want to escape this. I need like a right verbose here, probably. I'll switch this over to right verbose. Okay. Well, hello, Windows. What did you want me to know about today? I think we can do it like this, yeah. Okay, so we got, it set some permissions, and then it exited. Not sure what's going on here. 6. Okay. Let's try it again. Okay, that seems weird. Oh. I think there's something else I have to do if I'm going to do it that way, which is that I have to do write output. Yeah. All right, sorry. This is just somebody's going to have to show me the right output pattern, because it just seems like it really gets screwed up and you end up having to do write host anyway. I'm sure somebody that's got years of experience or more concentrated experience could help me out here, but I don't know what to do. So okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 done. All right, so then if I were to type out, I mean, according to this, if I was to type out my authorized key file, it should be hecka long, but it's not. And I'm not seeing other messages. So something's not going right. Something's not going as planned. At least not as I planned it. Okay, debug out, main event. That debug out doesn't make any sense because it didn't show anything. I think there's some sort of convention or something I'm not understanding here. It might be that because I've named it with debug, or that I've named it with a hyphen, that it's behaving differently. Okay. Yeah, okay, so what's happening is that these are capturing all of the output by default, which is not what I actually want. All right, so let's try. I'm gonna do nothing. Do we get our help message? Of course not. Of course we don't get our help message. I don't understand how you're supposed to encapsulate stuff like this if you're not supposed to use write host. I mean, I guess we could use write output, but then we just pipe to write host. I'm not real clear on what the thought process is there. I think there's something reasonable. It's just something that I don't understand. I think that this actually was well thought out. I believe that the people who created it knew what they were doing. I'm just not privy to a key piece of information. Ah. What you trying to do? Oh, I'm just testing. It's not working. It's not actually adding. So when it was a new file, it works. It adds stuff. But when it's not a new file, it's not actually adding the stuff. So if it's an existing file, no content is added. So it worked on a blank machine. It's not working on an existing machine, and I'm trying to figure out what is, what's happening. All right, filtering invalid keys, cannot find path. So this is a new one, which is good. .temp, .txt, .fixed. Okay. I think this is where I'm confused right now. It's saying that the path doesn't exist. This is okay. I want it to create it. So let's look at that error message again and see where it's coming from. Cannot find path. Current directory is what this represents. Authorized keys, blah, 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 blah. Because it doesn't exist. 148. Okay, so let's take a look at 148. That does not match up. Okay, path. Right. Okay, now that does match up. Okay, so path. Prepare authorized key file. So what this should be returning so that one of two things should happen. If has bad line, so if it has a bad line, then this should be returned right here, and we shouldn't go any further, right? And this should not be happening. Let's take a look here. Path, filtering invalid keys from path, so we should see that. Filtering invalid key entries from new authorized key.temp.txt. Correct. Then it's going to create the fixed path. It's going to iterate through all of this. And then if it has bad lines, if it has bad lines, we should have already seen that. We should have seen skipping lines that do not begin with blah, 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 blah. Okay? Otherwise, has only good lines, in which case we should also be able to tell okay. So fixed path should be set right here. Cannot create a file when that file already exists. Okay, well, let's go solve that problem. Force it. Just throw some force on there. Let's see, oh, whoops. I'm going to have to, of course, copy that over. Okay, so somehow we're returning an array. All right, so something there didn't quite make sense to me. Huh. Okay, now at least I see where the problem's coming from. I'm somehow accidentally returning an array. What's up, Hen? I'm just gonna call you Hen. What's up, Hen? So why is it returning an array? Has only good lines. Moko. All right, Moko. That sounds better. All right, so we got it. It only has good lines, and then somehow, what happened here? What am I missing? Filtering keys. Has only good lines. I'm confused. What am I missing? What vital piece of information about how this works am I missing? How did this fixed path become an array of 2 items? How did it become both of these things? What am I missing? What am I missing? Because right here, God, I've got a thought. Doesn't make a lot of sense, though. And I also wonder, is it a single string or is it multiple strings? How do I know more about this object? Okay, I think it's literally I think it's doing evaluating this and then returning it as well. So I'm let's see if it's doing it as a string or what it's doing it as. 'Cause it seems like it's capturing both. It's capturing this and capturing this. I don't quite see how that's possible. because it's not going through both places. I don't know. This is one of those things that's boggling, because manually inspecting the code, walking through it. Yep. Okay, so it is definitely getting an array. The question is, how in the world did it interpret that as, oh, this should be an array? I have one thought, and I'd have to make note about this for the future. But, I mean, this seems like a bug. What version of PowerShell am I on? Oh, that one's directly Windows, so I don't have a choice on that one. I mean, if it's not a bug, I just don't know how else to explain that. Alright, I'm gonna undo the stupid here. This just seems like one of those things that can only bite you. See, I'm wondering if instead of having it be a string, if I have it be an object, because somehow it's both using it as an input and a return value. And that, I mean, that just boggles my mind. It shouldn't be both. But I'm thinking if I make it not a string exactly, but, you know, have it be an object first, then we won't have a double return on it. Nope. Okay, it's still... I don't know what to... I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if I'm touching a special value, because you know how there's arguments in JavaScript where you mess with args and you're going to get hurt. I wonder if there's something like that here. Or if it's the virtue of return. I don't... How is fixed path becoming an array? Help me understand this. All right, here I can guarantee it's an array. All right, so to me, this seems like the best possible solution that I could have right now. Oh, that's not expected. So basically, to have this thing not... Oh. Oh, man, that's scary. This can't be right. Huh? So basically, anything that isn't captured is a return value? Is that what I'm understanding? That feels a little bit awkward. True. Does PowerShell need semicolons? Yeah. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay. This is it right here. Okay. So this is a thing. I'm not going crazy. It's not a bug. Oh no. Why would you do that? Oh no, what have they done? Wow. Weird. Alright, so Okay, so returns should not be used that way. Okay, some things are starting to make more sense to me now. Alright, so let's go from the top then. And we've got some fixing to do. Why use ampersand in PowerShell? No, that's not what we want. PowerShell call operator. Okay, so it's kind of like an eval. So in theory, okay, so we don't want to output any of that. We don't want to output the new path. Oh gosh, that seems redonkulous. Okay, so we could actually get rid of the nulls here. How do you know what's terminal? I guess an assignment. All right, so this is a little bit confusing, maybe. Okay, add content. All right, so it's really important to know about returns. Really important. Range. Okay. Well, maybe I've got that one fixed. Is that really the time already? Oh, the bloom. How can I have a notification? I'm not even signed in to anything. Alright, so what am I supposed to do with this? Oh, another thing. Well, yeah, there's a few things that I want to do. I guess the first thing is, do we have PowerShell? Okay. So config. So supposedly I should be able to connect to this thing. Let's remember that for a little later. Oh, dang. Can we do the hand clap? Implicit returns are evil. I'm not sure where this true came from. Has only good lines. Okay. I mean, I guess what I could do, the easiest way to switch this... No, that's not going to work. Huh. I'd say the easiest way to switch this around is to just pass both things in, but that actually still doesn't help me. Okay, inspecting. I don't know if I know how to think in this pipeline idea. Okay. Cannot find path blah 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 because it does not exist. Okay. I'm very confused. Oh, remove item, cannot find it because it doesn't exist. Well, that should be fine. Remove item. It's so weird to me that in the Windows world... Oh, is this... Yeah, they do screenshots of text rather than code blocks. That looks very tedious. Okay. String command. Command help. Get help. What? Why would someone do that? What? I don't think command is an approved verb. Is it? That doesn't sound like a verb to me. Alright. Let's see if it does the whole macaroni. Ayo! Alright, now let's see if we can still log into it. Ayo! I'm gonna keep going with it. It's the only way to finish. I was doing this animation for this sound. Okay. All right, now let's get rid of a bunch of the right host stuff. How to run a PowerShell script in verbose mode. This is so weird. This is so weird. What? Windows people post screenshots of text. That's so weird. Like, first of all, how did Windows people even learn to do screenshots? You know, because like on a Mac, it's Command-Shift-4. I think Windows has that too now. You know, it's like you copy and you paste the text. But I've also met people on Windows that literally don't know how to copy. They literally do not know that Command-C or Control-C is copy. We live in strange times. See, I don't know. I would not be able to represent that. I could see the modules you wouldn't want right host in. That makes sense, but I don't understand why you wouldn't. Why would somebody should make a class on this? I would take it. You know, $100, $200, maybe $300. Just give me the pro tips. Learn for at the seat of learn at the foot of the masters. Lack of Linux exposure. Oh, cool. That's an interesting one to know. Don't mind me while I pick my nose here. Somebody's got to do it. Might as well be me, unless somebody else wants to volunteer. Okay. This is kind of weird. Call function. Okay. Okay. Alright, I think I picked all the winners. We can go back to our regularly scheduled programming. Oh my gosh, I did not think I'd be spending 4 hours to figure out why the return value is... Bless me. Oh, bless me, bless me. All values uncaptured values are returned. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Things you must know that aren't obvious. See. Okay. Okay. Oh, Irish legend! You came to fight! Use bash like a man? What are you, pansy? You little girl? You need bash? No! I use the POSIX shell, fool! Ah! You and your bash. middling bash. You can't be a real man and make a decision either to use an interactive shell or to use a scripting shell. You got to be in the muddy in between because you can't figure it out. You can't handle the POSIX. I bet you run Arch install to install Arch. Oh, you ninny. I don't use Arch. I use a Mac. Oh, indeed, you are the Irish legend. Oh. Come on, this is a stream on PowerShell. Where are you even at, brah? Come on, brah. Oh, goodness. Aha! I've been infected. Look at me writing. See what happens when you write in PowerShell all day? Your brain goes to noodles. Ugh. Okay. What would we call... I don't know what this concept is of everything is a return. What do you call that? Okay. I love how the Irish legend just came in to insult me and then ran away. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Get lots of pipelines. See. I would actually let's go ahead and try this. Let's take this program and see what it returns. Uh-oh. I bet this computer fell asleep. Means I'm going to have to restart. Oh, no. It came back. How unexpected. When I said that, I need to set this thing's sleep time to basically never. I mean, I suppose I could have run that locally. I don't have to be on Windows to run PowerShell since I have PowerShell, but whatever. You know, we need something that will just run a PowerShell file of any type. Here's another one of the PowerShell essentials. And PWS run. Oh. Okay, so what do I need to do then? All right, and then what did that give me? Right help. I don't know what I did there. Why does it have to be .cmd versus .bat? I don't remember. Windows.cmd versus .bat. Path pen prompt set. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to not worry about that one right now. Okay, so where am I at here? Okay. Do I have a right help? I do, for some reason. Oh. Good. Getting notified that all my jobs have failed from that push I just did. Okay, so Well, the most important one is test path, right? So what I should do is first see. How to return error in PowerShell. Row. Okay, there we go. Okay. I think I was going to change some things to write verbose. Is that what I was in the middle of? Okay. So we're not detecting for validity, we're detecting invalidity, which is distinctly different. Okay, right host has bad lines. Okay. Oh man, it's gonna mess with me so bad. Returns don't return values. Returns are an illusion. Yeah, I don't know how to think in this paradigm yet, nor do I know if I want to. Alright, we're checking that the file format is correct. Okay. Oh, get content. What? Oh, is this a Terminator? I think that's a Terminator. I'm not sure. I'm going to go with this probably not a Terminator. Okay. Okay. Updated authorized keys. Okay, what should the final message be? There we go. Files to update. Okay. I think this may be our final version of that file. Let's check to see. Oh no! All right, I see what I did wrong. Simple typo. Let's test. Oh, leaf. Test path. Which is one of those inconsistencies. Yeah, so if you know PowerShell, maybe you can explain me, but I did not understand the pipeline philosophy, and now I'm quite confused as to what to do, because the thing is, write output puts something in the pipeline. So if I use write output, then I have to output all of the values of the pipeline, which is not necessarily what I want to do. I need some better modeling for the appropriate way to do this. Because I'm thinking I want to write a CLI tool, and I don't think that's what PowerShell was intended for. This pipeline concept is something interesting, but completely different. So every command you run inserts something into the pipeline. There is no such thing as a return value, and that just bit me for 4 hours. So I was trying to figure out how I was returning multiple values, even though I had an if statement that was, if this, return this, otherwise return that. And I was very, very confused, because apparently new item will insert the new item into the pipeline. And that's also confusing, because then you don't have a guaranteed number of pipeline values coming back. So Yeah, it's a little confusing for me. Okay, this needs to be leaf. All right. Alright, so I just truncated that Mojanker. And then I want to do the same for program data. Cool. Okay. So now we're going to try this again from the top. I wonder how space sorts before... Oh, I guess it does. Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. All right, that looks right. Locked in, final version. Okay, so now we got to get the rest of the installer to work. Which I think I need a break. Let's see, we've been going for almost 5 hours now. But it's major progress. The problem was, it was progress I didn't know I needed to make. I've spent, I don't know, what? Probably 20 plus hours going through this PowerShell stuff right now. It's kind of hard to justify. I'm no PowerShell expert, but write output writes to the pipeline, yes. And write host doesn't, yes. Verbose is another channel of the pipeline aimed for debugging out. Yes, exactly. So what I did was I put write verbose for debug output, and I use write host for everything that the user should see. And I'm not using write output because I don't actually, this is not output that I intend to go into the pipeline. So I'm not saying, okay, yeah, let's collect this, and then when we're done with it, output it to the user. I'm saying, as this happens, let the user know. So that if we did need to modify it to have a value that was important. So I just don't know. I guess it's trying to do a more functional style, but I just don't understand how You know, I guess the idea would be conditional logic. If rather than returning true, you return an array of at least one item. I'm guessing that's how you do it. Anyway, I was thinking of this as more of a procedural thing, and it's clear to me now that that's not the case with this, you know, this pipeline bit. But I'm not clear on how to handle conditionals and whatnot in that mindset. So, okay. So for this, I can kind of see, I kind of can't. So, okay, if I have a pipeline of text, right? I would, and I could be wrong about how this fundamentally works, because so a pipeline in PowerShell is a stream, and maybe this is also a stream in PowerShell as well, in which case I shouldn't have these add contents here. I should just take this thing and then pipe it to an add content. But and maybe that's the way I should do it, as I should, but I don't want to refactor it right now. But maybe what I should do is I should be writing to either the error pipeline for errors, or, okay, I'll refactor this one thing. It works. Okay, so let's see. So we're going to move this. To here. So we'll pass in fixed path. But how do I access the error pipeline? Okay. Okay, so then, but then, okay, let's just, let me try thinking in this other way. All right. I mean, if I'd known this thing about the pipelines, you know, I would have been thinking about it differently. So you're always getting a list. So you want to try to get, you know, program in such a way that you're returning lists of a similar type. So what I would probably do a block or something like this. Yeah, this seems a little bit tricksy to me, because then I need to pipe this out to something that's going to handle each of the elements. And then again, it still has to do something with it. So anyway, I'm not going to go down that road further. I need to become more experienced in that style of programming to understand what to do there to be effective, because I don't. Okay, so let's take a look at as it stands presently, we don't need to do that. Let me see if I can structure this curl the way I'd actually like it to be. The answer is, of course I can. Okay, so now do this one. Now I don't know why it has the amp. Oh, that's because this was auto-corrected. So I think one thing that we need to do here is we need to be sure that this directory, that the directory we're downloading to exists. But that shouldn't be hard. Should already have that. All right, we are not going to run the command on this one. A little light refactoring here and there. Okay, we don't actually need to do that one. Quotes and braces, or no quotes, no braces. Oh, and you know what else we need to do? Something that I don't think we've run into before, but we don't need to recurse on those, but we do need to force. So we need to remove the file if it exists, download the new file part, I think that we probably could have done this in a better way. Like multi-line string. How to create multi-line string PowerShell. Because I'd actually much rather do that. Okay. Let me not worry about that. Yeah, I see errors in array. Say PowerShell pipeline is for passing and processing data through a series of commandlets, while error handling involves managing the errors array and controlling the code execution in the presence of errors. Yeah. So what I'm doing is I'm filtering out something where there could be some lines that are not well formed. And so if I see lines that are not well formed, I'm filtering them out. So I want to let the user know, hey, there's lines that were not well formed. I mean, I suppose you could just say there were some lines that weren't well formed. You're done. That would be a valid choice. What happened? Okay, so this one looks like that should just work. So that will get expanded. That looks good to me. All right, wake up, Windows computer, wake up. It's the big test. Download SSH authorize. Make sure the directory's there. Test with arbitrary files. I haven't actually tested that, but if it errors, it's going to error. You know it works with good files. Okay, get rid of excess logging. Done that. And then... okay. So, I don't remember... so, a buddy told me that for traditional commands, I needed to use the ampersand for something. But I don't think I'm using it elsewhere, so I'm going to get rid of it and see if it still works. Okay, so let's go back to our machine here. Okay, so we're going to do .local bin ssh authorize.bat. Okay. Okay, so the question was, does bat take priority? And I think the answer is yes. Bat will sort higher in the what gets retrieved from the path than the PS1 file will. Returning those lines to the pipeline is a worthy feature. Returning which lines? One interesting distinction, though, is that PowerShell passes objects, not text, between commandlets in the pipeline. Yeah, so it's a text object. Yeah. Yeah, I'm starting to understand it. I wish there was like a crash course that I'd come across or something, because I feel like after a year of occasionally writing PowerShell scripts, it's the last 3 days where, well, I mean, granted, it's been powerhousing, 6 hours at a time, going through different scenarios and, issues with Windows in general, but really, really starting to grasp the ideology behind it, that it's not just random. Because at first it's just so unfamiliar to anything I've ever used before. It's just kind of random. Now it's kind of growing on me. The pipeline thing, I am not so sure how I feel about it, because it seems like, well, I think in general there's a lot of good that can come from it, but it's just confusing to me. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and switch on over into the... Is this still the same branch? Do we have SSH authorize in here? All right. So primary thing we want to know right now is just if I curl.exe, a Microsoft next. Sorry, let me next.webinstall.dev/ssh authorize, and I pipe that to PowerShell. Interesting. I didn't think that I was in an administrator shell. That's a little concerning. I'm not sure what to make of that. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. All right, well, I will run it on the actual system. I'll have to think about that. So we might have to redo a little bit of the Webi design. Well, we're going to have to redo some of the Webi design anyway. Now that I know PowerShell a lot better, when I get to the actual generation where things are just generated, I think I know what to do to fix this. The reason that we didn't allow elevated shells was because variables would not be set correctly locally. So when you run it in on the GUI, which is where it's always been run up to this point, the when you run Webi in the GUI, if you're running as an administrator, some of the environment variables were not set correctly. And so Webi would not function correctly. But I think I know how to get that all set correctly now. Okay. SSH authorize. Okay, so now let's see. I'm going to once again, new item. Taking me longer to do this than it would just to type it out. All right. So now I've zeroed it out. Okay, so we actually do have a problem there that I feel qualified to solve. But that's essentially that. Okay, move this wider. I don't know how wide that needs to be. Looks like that wide. I don't know how tall it needs to be. But is there something that would make sense to do other than PS1? The dot something. Maybe do underscore. Okay, I think that reads well enough. And I should probably fix SSH pub key. Okay, let's fix for old installs. See, what's the I don't know. Approve verbs here. So we got URL and we've got path. And we're going to do a write download, and we're going to give it the URL. And then the path where it should go. Alright, so yeah, we're gonna give it the URL and the path. And then URL becomes really short. Temp path, or we could call it part path. And I mean, at that point, it doesn't matter. And, let's, yeah, sure, we'll go temp path. Now these start to be able to fit on one line. There we go. Okay, much more readable. Oh, interesting. Whoops. That would not be good. Make sure that that gets evaluated. Or I could try without it and just see what happens. Okay, so now that's a lot cleaner. Okay, so I kind of want to move it just to be in the location that makes more sense anyway. So I think I will do that. Well, no, no, because okay, it should be there. And on the web, it should have a sane location. You know, when we get to this local problem, then that's its own problem. Okay, so for the old installs, okay. All right, I think that this is better. One, I think it's going to work. Well, it probably won't work on the first try. I probably got something wrong out of all of this. But also another thing I like about this this style is that it's, if the file were partially downloaded, I don't think anything could go wrong in this way. And then what are our verbs again? Get verb. Do we have write? And what else? What else might we want to use as a verb? So do we have download, load, load? Add, clear, close, copy. I think copy makes sense. Copy URL, copy, I don't know. Move, new, open, optimize, push, pop, redo, remove, reset, show. If like an install. Maybe save, download. I don't know if that actually makes as much sense in terms of what save means. preserve data to avoid loss. That's not what this is. It's more of a write. I wonder what the... Okay, install. Okay, so function install PowerShell. Command and so we can write the download. Whoops. What else would there be? It just kind of feels superfluous at that point. And I think we could just put that on one line at this point. Okay, so let's give this a shot then and see how it does. We could add write download, give it a path, give it a source or something. Anyway, so if all's well, this will work. Okay, now there is some stuff here that's happening that's unexpected. I think it's because I left the debug mabob on. Yes, I did. Okay. All right. I'm going to call that a big win. And I need to get ready for the Rust meetup. Okay. I need some sort of success message too at the end. So one thing I would like to know though is, were any keys added? Okay. I hesitate to say rope because it could be an empty file. It could actually do nothing. Done. What is conventional for Windows commands to put? No. What do I? Okay. What do I? Stop putting my Windows. Making it too complicated. What do I do here? Okay. Oh, I did some, some parsing and stuff. If test in comment. Oh, interesting. I only support one key thing there, so I think that would be fair. So let's not do for each. Okay, and that makes more sense because it, you can just run a command a couple of times. Okay, so Alright. Right, fetching keys from. Yeah, let's see if I can get the output to match between these two. Okay, we're going to try this again. I'm going to go ahead and empty out my authorized keys. And then let's add them. Okay, the last change is I'll just put another right host line here. Cool. All right, that's good. All right. Authorize, 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 authorize. Address boundary error? What does that even mean? That seems strange. I don't like the sound of that, not one bit. Address boundary error. Okay, let's make sure that it still runs. Address boundary error. All right. Okay, and then so it definitely worked. What that address boundary exception about is terrifying. Well, thankfully it didn't happen here, so that's good. Okay. Okay, I think I might want to split this out into its own thing. So let me do that. Eh. Bless me. All right, let's see. Amaze balls. Amaze balls. Okay. And with that, it really is time for me to get going. Let me think about this. Wait. I'm very curious. Okay. What happened? Complete with exit code 1. Okay, let's try here. Okay, I'll go ahead and get my shoes on. Get ready to leave. Okay. How so? Okay, so something changed. I'll need to update it. Seriously? Okay, fine. Okay, that's it. Dang. Wow, that represents a lot of knowledge. Oh! I got to get that SSHD one in there as well. I think I might roll that into this one. This is good. It's rough, but it's good. All right. I'm out. I'll catch y'all later. It looks like there's only a couple people right now, so I'm not going to bother rating. If we had like 5 or 6, it looks like there's maybe 2 or 3. So catch you later. Thanks for joining in. Adios.